Ordinary Council meeting for tonight, the 16th of February 2026. I open up tonight's meeting at 6 p.m. and on behalf of the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet this evening and paying our respects to elders past and present. Pastor Bill Kirkland is with us tonight from Oasis Australian Christian Church. If you are in the room, please can I get you to stand for tonight's opening prayer.
Yeah, Father, thank you tonight for this great city. I thank you for all the blessings that are in it. I thank you for the governance of the city. Thank you for our Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors and their families. I pray you'd bless them, our CEO. Lord, I just pray that you would help them in their decision making. Lord, I thank you that your word tells us righteousness exalts a nation, oh God, and I just pray, Lord, that you'd help them, Lord, to vote with clear consciences and that this city would continue to grow and you'd continue to bless it in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you, and thank you, Pastor. Please note this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on our council website in accordance with the city's public participation in council meeting policy, which can be viewed on council's website. All reasonable care is taken to maintain your privacy. However, as a visitor in the public gallery, your presence may be recorded. By remaining in the public gallery, it is assumed your consent is given if your image is broadcast. The recommendations contained in this agenda are officers' recommendations only and should not be acted upon until council has resolved to adopt those recommendations. The resolutions of council should be confirmed by perusing the minutes of the council meeting at which these recommendations were considered. Members of the public should also note that they act at their own risk if they enact any resolution prior to receiving official written notification of council's decision. In attendance tonight, we have a full suite of councillors led by Deputy Mayor Winner. Good evening to you. Good evening, Councillor Bodycar. Hello, Councillor Della. Hello, Councillor Johnson. Greetings, Councillor O'Donnell. Hello there, Councillor Viskovich. Good evening, Councillor House. Good evening to Councillor Walker-Dunstan. Also joining us tonight, Acting Chief Executive Officer Mal Osborne in his official first acting role at an ordinary council meeting. Our Director of Governance and Organisational Strategy is Francis Liston. Our Director of Corporate and Commercial is Cass Yeager. Adam Streeline is our Director of City and Community who's here tonight, and also Director Louis Camporelli from Engineering. We're joined by Kobe, Susie, Gemma, Vian and Monica tonight, who are also assisting in the meeting. We have 3 members of the public in the gallery tonight and 1 member of the press. No apologies from elected members. We're all here, tick. And we have 1 apology from staff, our Director of Advocacy and Strategy, Mia Hicks, who's on leave this week. No leave of absence. The response to previous public questions taken on notice, there is nil. Councillors, we do have public access and also public question time tonight. I'd like to invite Glenn Bryars forward under public access. He's a resident of Somerville to present the merit of item 14.5.1, the development application D136/25, lot 72, number 1, Trasimeno Way in Somerville. Glenn, if I could get you to come to the microphone, please. And just state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to address council. Stand by, sorry, Glenn, I'll just get you.
My name's Glenn Bryars. I live at 72A Aslett Drive at the golf course. I'm here to put forward the development application we've got for number 1, Trasimeno Way, which is a 17-unit development. I think we've worked in very well with Paul Lees and the planning team to create quite a unique-looking development, which I think is also very important that it is unique and quite a good-looking development because of its location right next to the council offices. There's a combination of different types of brickwork, different renders, different roof colours, and I think it's going to be one of the standout developments, certainly than what we've done in the past. One of the things that I've been trying to do, I've been here for 29 years in Kalgoorlie and been building up the staff. We're almost 30 staff here in Cal. We don't have FIFO or DIDO staff or any subcontractors. They all live locally, and that is something we're pretty proud of. We've sponsored 5 of our staff to come from overseas. Some were already in Kalgoorlie travelling, and we've employed them and sponsored them. We've got 11 carpenters as direct employees, 6 of them are apprentices. Two of our carpenters are actually apprentices that graduated at the end of last year, so we're building up the future of Kalgoorlie and the construction industry. We've also introduced different types of construction methods. It's a waffle pod system where you basically put cardboard boxes on the dirt and then you pour concrete around it. And there's 1.5 grainer workers in the residential construction, and there's just no ability to be able to gear up and produce more houses unless we're introducing systems like this. So we're going to be using that on the Trasimeno site, which is quite exciting because they use it over east. They don't really use it in Perth, a little bit down south, but this will be one of the biggest developments in WA using this system. We've invested about $120,000 on a click home system, which is a construction system that basically helps streamline a lot of the processes and takes out a lot of the monitoring that senior staff have to do under normal circumstances. It's normally much bigger building companies that actually use this system, and we're pretty proud that we've been able to introduce this to basically help grow the future of construction. We were at about 35 homes. We're now pushing up to about 50 homes a year. We're aiming to get that to 65, 70, 75, 90. The critical side of it is land releases and getting large parcels like this Trasimeno block to basically be able to develop these large parcels. It's great building up at the golf course and things like that, but you just can't get the volume of homes that you can if you're getting the efficiency out of smaller developments or out of multi-unit developments like we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate your presentation to Council tonight. We also have, and Council will be considering, can I just say, the Council will be considering that item under 14.5.1 this evening. We also have Matthew Fisher, who's here tonight, to put to Council 3 questions. Mr Fisher, if you'd like to come forward to the podium. Councillor Viskovich is preemptive in turning the microphone off, but go ahead, Mr Fisher.
Thanks, Council. Matthew Fisher from 286 Hay Street. Couple of questions about the bike path and islands that have been built in that section between Lane Street and Throstle Street. So first question is, where was the consultation with the residents and business owners of Hay Street for this now fairly absurd looking bike path? No letter was sent out. Well, I haven't received one, and many others I've talked to didn't either. Yet we're supposed to know that there was something on the website that we had to go to put in any issues we had. And just in trying to find this meeting, I found that website very hard to deal with.
Thank you, Mr Fisher. I'll give you an answer to your question, which was, with the support from the City, engagement for the regional cycle network strategy was undertaken from October 2022 to December 2022. This engagement included both face-to-face and online components to ensure a broad cross-section of the community could participate. There were 2 community drop-in sessions that were held. One was at the Oasis Community Sports Facility on the 15th of October 2022 from 8 a.m. till 9 a.m, and then at Coles Kalgoorlie on the 22nd of October from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The online engagement was provided through the Department of Transport's online platform, MySay Transport, between the 12th of October 2022 and the 15th of December 2022. 2 online tools were used to gather community input. One was an online survey and the other included questions around the current cycling behaviour and what would enable residents to ride more often. There was an interactive map which allowed respondents to place geographically linked comments categorised as issues or pain points, strengths or ideas. And during the project delivery phase, the City engagement during that particular process, the City also engaged directly with affected residents, including on-site discussions and responding to inquiries to minimise disruption and to support implementation.
Secondly, why was the letter that was sent out about the island works misinformative? It stated curb work was going to be done in the next coming weeks, and I returned from a 8-day trip to Bali to find islands now put in, not just curbs.
The letter previously described the barrier between the shared use path and the traffic lane as consisting of 2 curbs constructed back to back with concrete infill. Further, following design refinement, the engineering team has upgraded the barrier to a single continuous extruding structure, providing increased structural integrity, improved durability and a more robust separation between cyclists and motorists. In addition, the barrier curb profile has been improved to better accommodate pedestrians stepping out of parked vehicles, ensuring safer footing and reducing the risk of trips or falls when accessing the footpath or shared use path. And you've got question 3, Mr. Fisher.
So why is Hay Street now being treated different from the rest of town? Everywhere else around town, the footpath has been widened. Hay Street is a mixed commercial, industrial, residential section. It has created more issues than it actually fixed. I've seen cars parking in the bike lane area. We've now got parking bays being painted in the traffic area, narrowing the road. We've got trucks, multiple cars, heaps of different things going down there. Why is it different from the rest of town?
The Hay Street project is delivered as part of the city's endorsed bicycle network strategy, which seeks to incorporate safe and accessible cycling infrastructure within existing road reserves. The strategy followed the public consultation in 2022, and Hay Street forms part of that network identified through that process. As a result, in locations where wider road widths are available, the street layout may differ from traditional verge-based paths. The option of locating the shared use path on the verge was assessed during design development. However, this approach presented several challenges, including reduced sight distance between cyclists and vehicles at property access points, significant cost implications associated with relocating or modifying underground services and street infrastructure, the need to reconstruct multiple crossovers, and the extended delivery timeframes due to service relocations. Utilising available width within the existing road pavement enables the infrastructure to be delivered within the current road reserve while avoiding major service relocation and crossover reconstruction. This approach maintains verge functionality and reduces potential conflict points between cyclists and driveway movements. Now, I know that's a lot for you to take in, so that will be sent to you as a written advice as well. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your questions tonight. Councillors, there are no petitions, deputations or presentations. I do have some interests this evening, councillors, so bear with me as I make my way through them. Thank you. And if I've missed any, please let me know. Interests affecting impartiality under the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder Code of Conduct. There is one item of impartiality, and that is from myself on item 14.4.1, the Oasis ground floor change rooms, as we have a swim membership in the family at Goldfields Oasis. Councillors, are there any other impartialities? Councillor House? Microphone, please.
Sorry. I didn't realise I was going to be talking before I put this Mentos in my mouth. And I probably need to rephrase that word. I have an interest to declare, Mr. Mayor, on items. I just don't see the numbers in front of me. 1 second, please. Items.
So were they impartialities?
They'll be indirect financial, Mr.
So financial, yep. We'll get some paperwork to you, councillor, to fill out. So I'll hold on on completing the financial interest. But is there any further impartialities? No further impartialities? No. I have the following financial interests, and I'll get to Councillor House in 2 seconds. Councillor Bodica has declared a financial interest in 15.3.1, commercial retail lease 260 Hannon Street, as she owns Hello World Travel. The Acting Chief Executive, Mel Osborne, has declared a financial interest in item 17.3.2, the appointment of an acting CEO, as he is currently acting as CEO. Councillor Viskovich has declared a financial interest in item 14.4.1, the Oasis ground floor change rooms, as a contractor is a client. The Deputy Mayor has declared a financial interest in item 14.3.1, the commercial retail lease 2 Hannon Street. Hello World applicant sponsors his daughter's cheer team. And I have further financial interests from Councillor Bodica in relation to item 14.1.2 in the endowment block financial, as Councillor Bodica owns a business in that precinct. And that, I believe, is all of your financials declared. Thank you. Councillor House, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to declare an indirect financial interest for item 17.33, deferred CEO request.
Yep.
And additionally, the item 17.3.4, policy requests.
Thank you, Councillor House. I'll just await that paperwork. Councillor
Excuse me, Mr.
Viskovich.
I believe you've missed one of my financials for 17.2. Trasmina Way.
Just to my left. No, that's leave of absence. Yep, okay, thank you. Councillor Viskovich, what's your financial? Sorry, I'll get you to fill some paperwork out, please.
It has been completed on the same form. It was electronic this morning.
Thank you. Stand by. I've got lots of paperwork going on here tonight. I don't have it with me, so can you please state the financial and which item, please? Stand by, we're just checking that for you to make sure that we've got that captured as well.
That's okay. I can fill out a form because I've just realised my daughter is also part of Cheer and will need to declare financial on.
Excellent,
that
I'll wait
item
for
as
that
well.
form to come.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson, you're declaring interests? Excellent. They are impartial, thank you. Can you just please note once you've done, you're filling out the paperwork? Sorry, just grab your microphone, Councillor Johnson. Yep, go ahead.
13.3.
Sorry, just adjust the microphone because I can't pick up. Yep, thank you. Yep.
Okay, 14.3.1.
14.3.1, 14.3.1.
Commercial retail, 260 Hannon.
Yep,
Impartial, I know the applicant.
yep,
And the other one is 15.4.1. Let me find it here.
yep,
Oasis ground floor change rooms, poolside. My son is employed as a lifeguard.
Is that in impartiality as well? Or-
Impartiality,
Yep, okay,
yes.
no worries. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just confirming that paperwork was received by Councillor House, identifying 17.33 and 17.34 as financial interest, indirect financials. Councillor Viskovich on item 15.3.1, Hello World Financial being a sponsor of her child's cheer team. 14 was it? 14.3.1. No, 15.3.1. And also 15.5.1, the development of Trasimeno as it's a client. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just noting back to the impartialities, I received that as per your decision, as your discussion points for 14.3, the commercial retail lease. That should be 15.3. And also 15.41 as well, impartiality. Thank you, Councillor. I've captured all that. Anything further to add? Nope. Excellent. Thank you. We do have two leave of applications for 2 leave of absence tonight. One from Councillor Viskovich from the 26th of the 2nd to the 4th of the 3rd, away for personal development. And from Councillor Bodica, the 5th of the 4th to the 28th of the 4th, holiday. Is that correct? Sorry, I couldn't quite read that. Overseas throughout this time. Councillors, is there a mover to accept the leave of absence? Thank you, Councillor Della. Seconded, Councillor Johnson. Any dissent, councillors? Carried 9-0. (9.2) Procedural motion to suspend 9.1 of the Standing Orders Local Law, which requires members of council to rise to speak, be suspended. Moved by Councillor Viskovich, seconded by Councillor Della. Any discussion? No dissent, councillors. Carried 9-0. Councillors, I know that this was probably compiled a little late for you today. The mayoral announcements as per what has been on the screen for you. I'll just touch on a couple of highlights throughout the month. We had our Local Emergency Management Committee follow-up meeting from our previous. We also had a GV Rock meeting which the city hosted. Thank you to Councillor Johnson who jumped online there and gave us a little bit of a scare with the title of his phone being the ASIO security phone. It was actually Councillor Johnson on the call. We have had numerous meetings with the KBCCI councillors, so I appreciate some of the detail that was passed on to you then ultimately with that workshop. We've also had a Community Safety Crime Prevention Working Group meeting. We had the Australia Day Awards and the Walk of Fame. Can I thank you for your attendance to those? We've also had the Sports Star of the Year Awards, which was on Saturday night at a new venue. And also pass on my thanks to our staff who have been working with the Sports Star of the Year committee in regards to that. And obviously the Town Hall holds the Sports Star memorabilia, so that'll be moving into a new space. And we were also part of a documentary as well. I was filming that on the 29th of January up at Mount Charlotte about uranium mining. Not a lot of it going on around here, but there was some take on that more so from a mining city's point of view. And we also had an interview with the Sunday Times, not the Australian version, the international version of the Sunday Times, or from London, regarding the current gold price. Item 11, confirmation of minutes. I have 4 confirmations required for this evening, councillors. The first is the ordinary council meeting on the 19th of January, as there being a true record of that meeting. Is there a mover for that one? Thank you, Councillor Bodica. Seconder, Councillor Johnson. Any dissent, councillors? No, thank you. Carried 9-0. Item 11.2, the motion for the acceptance of the special council meeting on the 23rd of January be confirmed as a true record of that meeting. Is there a mover for that meeting on the special on the 23rd of January? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seconded, Councillor Bodica. Any discussion? No, thank you. It's passed 9-0. Item 11.3 is the special meeting of council held on the 27th of January be confirmed as a true record of that meeting. Is there a mover on that? Thank you, Councillor House.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an alternative motion.
Sure. What's your alternative motion? I'll consider it.
I'd like to move the motion for minutes, special council meeting be adjusted or reflect the accurate minutes. So if you just bear with me 1 second.
Please hold. You'll need a seconder if you wish to get that. Is there a seconder to Councillor House? Councillor Walker-Dunstan. Stand by. Councillor House, if you wish to put your point in regards to the meeting, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I move that the minutes of the special council meeting held on 29th of Jan 2026 be confirmed as true and accurate record, subject to an amendment to correctly reflect the chronological sequence of the urgent business item specifically recording that council resolved by majority vote to hear the motion, which was subsequently ruled invalid by the presiding member.
Councillor O'Donnell, I'll come to you in 2 seconds. Councillor House, can I get you to repeat that for me, please?
Certainly. I move that the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 29th of January 2026 be confirmed as true and accurate record, subject to an amendment to correctly reflect the chronological sequence of the urgent business item, specifically recording that council resolved by majority vote to hear the motion, which was subsequently, there we go. I should have broken it up for me. Subsequently ruled invalid by the presiding member.
Thanks, Councillor House. I'm just referring to it. Councillor O'Donnell, I know you're waiting in the wings. No, I'm just reviewing the minutes. Councillors, if you probably wish to review the minutes yourselves as well during this time, just to make sure that you're understanding of Councillor House's alternative motion. Thank you, Councillor House. Do you wish to speak to that motion?
Sure. I'll briefly speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor. I'm just asking that council record a true and accurate reflection of the meeting minutes. According to the legislation that's set out that we must adhere to, it's quite clear in terms of what those requirements are with recording the procedural outcomes of that meeting. It's in my opinion that those procedural elements haven't been addressed within the report, whether the presiding member or the acting CEO deems them to be invalid or not. That's not the question that I'm raising. The question that I'm raising is that minutes reflect accurately the procedural items and the procedural outcomes from that meeting. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor O'Donnell, I've got a seconder to speak. Do you have a question?
Just a point of clarification.
Sure.
I thought you were asking about January the 27th we got to. Do we have a mover?
I am up to January 27, yes.
Yes, and then we've jumped to the 29. We haven't dealt with 27.
Good point. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor House, you wish to continue with your motion for January 27?
No, that's a very good point by Councillor O'Donnell. But no, of course, I would like to so just confirm the 27th day after Australia Day. No, I'm sure yes, I'd like to apply it to the 29th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you wish to withdraw your amended motion?
Yes, under the 27th of January. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have a withdrawn motion now from Councillor House. The procedural motion that we are looking at the moment is the minutes of the 27th of January meeting be confirmed as a true and accurate record of that. Councillors, is there a mover for the 27th of January minutes? Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Seconder, Councillor Della. Any discussion? No discussion, no dissent, councillors? Carried 9-0. Preempting Councillor House, I'll preempt that The 29th of January motion is one that he wishes to put. Councillor House, you wish to move an amended motion to this one. I dare say your commentary will exactly be the same, but do councillors need a refresher?
Please don't make me say subsequently again, please.
No
Mr.
worries. Councillor House, I won't. I will just move that there is an amended motion as per heard by Councillor House. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Walker-Dunstan, as per. Councillor House, you have already spoken to it, and unfortunately that was beforehand, so thank you for the pick-up, Councillor O'Donnell. In relation to that, Councillor House has spoken. Councillor Walker-Dunstan, you're the seconder. Do you wish to speak? No. Is there any dissent, councillors, to this item? Question, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through yourself to the CEO. Just confirming that the point being raised by Councillor House is correct and in line with what would be understood.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will refer to the acting CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through to the Deputy Mayor, I'm just actually looking at the minutes now, trying to understand Councillor Holz's change that's required, because the minutes, the draft minutes as they are presented to council, the minutes as they're presented, has a procedural motion. Then there's a second procedural motion, which is, I understood, whilst I was not at the meeting, is chronologically correct. Then we go into the reports of officers. So I'm just trying to understand what would actually change. So there is the resolutions of council made behind closed doors. So I can't, I'm trying to understand Councillor Holz's request for a change when I guess if I referred back to the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder standing orders, certainly within the standing orders, it specifically states that no other business should be transacted or considered at a special council meeting other than the matters that are contained within the agenda. So I'm just trying to understand exactly what Councillor Holz would like changed. When the standing orders are very clear, the process that I can pick up from the minutes of the meeting seems quite clear. I'm not sure what you'd like to add into that, Councillor Holz.
Supplementary, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. I may be incorrect, but my understanding it may be the fact that while the ruling of the presiding officer may be disagreed with, it was the follow-up component of that the item be heard at all. It may not appear to be captured as cleanly in there of how that item wasn't heard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Acting CEO.
With that point taken, because sorry, I was not at the meeting to understand that. So if that's the case, the minutes could reflect that resolution of council was made, albeit we'd probably need to add a footnote that is in contradiction to the standing orders. So it's ultra vires. So I'm not sure how you want to manage that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor O'Donnell, you wish to speak against? Speaking against, or you can ask a question.
It's more clarification. Which item are you referring to on that 29th that we're on? I just want to read what you want changed.
Thanks, Councillor O'Donnell. I'll let Councillor House speak if I'm incorrect, but I believe it's under point 8, the urgent business approved by the person presiding or by decision. Councillor House is after the chronological order that has occurred at that particular meeting. Councillor House, is that correct? So without you saying subsequent? Yeah. So we have a motion that is put already by Councillor House and Councillor Walker-Dunstan to support as seconder. Councillor Della, you wish to speak? Ask a question?
I'd like to be able to see what the chronological order is supposed to look like in writing so that I can follow that from my notes that I've made. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Is your question directed at myself or the mover? The mover, thank you. Councillor House, do you have an idea on the chronological order that you'd like to see?
I don't think I can put a definition around chronological order. It's quite evident what that is. It's in order of the process or the procedures that were undertaken on that day or at that meeting. And I'm not going to comment specifically about that because my understanding is the meeting should have been recorded anyway, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor House. It has been recorded and the minutes have been made from that recording. Councillor Della, does that answer your question?
It does answer my question, Mr. Mayor, but it doesn't shed any clarity on the discrepancy that Councillor House is referring to within the meeting minutes suggested.
Okay, thank you. Councillor House, do you wish to add anything further for Councillor Della?
I'm not sure how I can comment on that for legal reasons, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I had another question, Councillor Johnson.
Just a clarification, if I may, for Councillor House, but through yourself. Generally, when we do this type of thing, we actually have written down what needs to be inserted. And at this stage, it's just a blank. And because it's just a blank, this amendment can't go ahead because we don't know what we're voting on and what we're talking about. If it was there and Councillor House had presented the chronological order...
Sorry, you're debating. Is there a question?
Yeah, sorry, I am. But that's my question. It should be something physical. We haven't got it.
Try to bring this matter to a head, Mr. Mayor. So on page 9, between the council resolution of raising a motion that the ruling of the presider member be disagreed with and the following procedural motion, we could add some text in there that the matter was put to the vote and whilst it was passed by council, it did not meet the threshold of the standing orders. So that would give, I think, Councillor Hulse the confidence of the chronological order, but it doesn't change the business of the council.
Okay, so that is what the acting CEO is suggesting to go into the particular minutes. Councillor House is nodding, so he's in agreement with that, Councillor House?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm not looking to change the outcome of the business, as this acting CEO has rightly pointed out, and I concur with Councillor Johnson's commentary that one should be having all the information in front of them to make that decision. In this particular instance, the legal advice that I've received is to not provide detail on that matter because it could prejudice an outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor House. Is there a speaker against? Is there a speaker for? The mover has the right of reply. There's no further debate on the matter. I'll put the item to a vote for the amended motion by Councillor House, seconded by Councillor Walker-Dunstan, which will include, just for clarity purposes, the line, Mr. Acting CEO, what was that line again? Sorry to put you on the spot. Just for people to understand what the alternative motion is being delivered to.
Possibly a bit tidier than what I'm going to say, Mr. Mayor, but indicate that that the council passed a motion that the matter be heard. However, in accordance with the standing orders, then that was not possible to do so. I'll tidy that up, but I guess it's addressing Councillor Hulse's request for the chronological order to be clarified.
I'm getting advice that that is probably not applicable here, Council. Mr. Acting CEO, do you want any further updates from that? The Director of Governance and Organisational Strategy, who was Acting CEO at the time and was in the chair.
Happy to take that guidance to move this matter along, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just noting we haven't put the item to a vote, Council. We have closed debate. This is obviously extra information to try and get Councillor House's information correct. Councillor Viskovich, I'll take a question though.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to have the alternate motion on the screen for us to see what we are voting on, please?
Sure. Do we have a copy of the alternate motion? Stand by. It's on the screen for you. Councillor House, can you just confirm your wording for that, please? Send it to Susie. Sorry, Councillor Viskovich, I was just waiting for the motion to come up. Yep, go ahead.
That's okay. Mr Mayor, just wondering, just confirming what the acting CEO mentioned before, that if this was to change, we would be voting on something that's against our standing orders? Or is...
No, that's not what he moved to. What he was saying is that as part of a special council meeting, that no business to be transactioned at a special meeting of council other than that in the agenda of the meeting, which is under item 3.12 of the standing orders.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Mayor, if we may.
Yes, Mr Acting CEO.
So we withdraw this item from tonight's agenda. We'll go back and listen to the transcript and see whether we can clarify the chronological order within the adjusted minutes.
I have no objections to that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. Item... Need to catch up. 11.4 has been withdrawn. Apologies. Item 12, motions of which previous notice have been given. There are nil. Urgent business approved by the person presiding or by decision. There is nil at this point. Reports of committees, councillors. Stand by, just jumping between agendas now. Reports of officers I have. Now, I have a question. My reports have jumped from 14 being, which should be reports of committee, to 14 being reports of officers. So therefore, items 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, 14.4 and 14.5, as identified by the Deputy Mayor earlier, and I corrected him, they've been uploaded as reports of officers. That should be actually 15 under item 15 because there were no reports of committee. So councillors, my apologies if I have miscommunicated that to you earlier. We should be under the items, reports of officers, items 15. Councillor Della, question?
They have been uploaded again further down in 15. 1, 2, 15. So they've been uploaded twice.
Okay, yep. Thank you. Stand by, councillors. We're on the amended agenda, is that correct? Perfect. Yes, now I've got a better, clearer idea. Thank you. Under the amended agenda, it's all correct. Okay, so reports of committees we have nil. Reports of officers. Councillors, I have an en bloc here to take in the following items. Please feel free to take them out. Item 15.11, the Statement of Financial Activity, December 2025. Take that out, thank you. 15.12, the Quarterly Commercial Business Reports, Quarter 2. Take that one out for you, Councillor House. 15.13, well, there's no point in doing anything else on block, so we'll pull them all out. Item 15.11, the Statement of Financial Activity, December 2025. Councillor House, you indicated you wish to move the officer recommendation, or do you have an alternative?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like for an alternate to be considered if that's okay.
What's your alternate, councillor?
Would you like me to talk about the motion or the reason for the motion first?
I need your alternative motion first, please.
Okay. The alternative motion, Mr. Mayor, is regarding the statement of financial activity for December 2025 and specifically addressing the identified $2 million over expenditure in employment costs. Council resolves as follows. The council approves the allocation of a budget in the range of $10,000 to $20,000 excluding GST.
Councillor House, I'll stop you there. The intent of the motion is to note the reports, not to further work on that particular report. So the only motion I can accept is under the noting of the financial activity. I believe that motion changes the intent of the motion.
Okay, it's your call, Mr. Presiding Member. My query would be how can I raise this as a motion as part of this report, or if there was something, an oddity as part of the financial activity, how would I go about addressing that as an issue for council to consider?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor House. At this point in time, that should probably have been a notice of motion to council for tonight's meeting. The opportunity for you to bring that to the next council meeting as a notice of motion is probably the easiest pathway to get that adjustment. Mr. Acting CEO, if you wish to add some further.
Just, I guess just clarifying that the statement of financial activities, the actuals for up till December 31. And in March meeting, we will be bringing forward the mid-year budget review, where you'll also be able to see the detail of any of the amendments across the various budget areas. So that might be an opportune time. I think we're intending to do a workshop with elected members prior to that matter getting to council, where you'll be able to ask those questions as well to get the, I guess, the answer you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Councillor House, I won't allow your motion due to the intent of it. However, you do have some pathways to still pursue to bring that to council. So therefore, the officer recommendation is put. Council, is there a mover of the officer recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Viskovich. Seconded, Councillor Della. Councillor Viskovich, you wish to speak? Councillor Della, wish to speak? Anyone wish to speak on this item? Yeah, Councillor House, speaking for or against?
Against.
Against receiving the statement of financial activity? Go ahead.
Yes. Look, I would like to raise my concerns of the matter I just spoke about with the $2 million identified over expenditure on employment costs. As an elected member, our primary job is to ensure that we're having reasonable financial management for our ratepayers, and it's upon me to make sure that we're doing that. So in any form possible, whether this forum or whatever forum, is that we get that assistance that we desperately need.
Thank you, Councillor House. Speaking against, speaker for. Speaker against. The mover has the right of reply. Not taken. Councillor Viskovich. There has been dissent indicated for this particular item. Councillors, those in favour of item 15.11, please raise your hand. Those against. Councillor House. Councillor Walker-Dunstan, you didn't vote? Councillor Walker-Dunstan, you didn't vote? You didn't vote. Thank you. You can't not vote, Councillor Walker-Dunstan. I need to gather your vote for being for or against. Please, can you please just turn your microphone on? Were you for or against the motion? It's okay to take your time.
For.
Thank you. The item is carried 8-1. Item 15.12, the quarterly commercial business reports, quarter 2, 25-26. The officer recommendation is there, councillors. Councillor House, you indicated to pull this one out.
I just had a couple of clarifications there.
Clarifications. First, I'll get a mover and a seconder. Is there a mover for the item? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Seconder, Councillor Viskovich. Just before I do move on, Councillor Bodica, did you declare a financial interest in this matter? Yep, so in the business report, Councillor Bodica, you've declared a financial interest, so I'll get you to leave the room, please. The mover was Councillor Johnson. Sorry, who was the seconder again? Councillor Viskovich. Councillor Johnson, you wish to speak? Councillor Viskovich, you wish to speak? No. Councillor House, got some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I'm just clear on the purpose of the reports. They're an update to council on the status of those business units, and they're not the business plans that really guide the decision making for those business units.
Correct. They're an update as of the end of the second quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question relating to the content is there was a statement regarding the longevity of the landfill, and I've had some clarifications answered by the acting CEO, so I appreciate the prompt response to those clarifications. But I think it's very important that we make sure that any public document that we're releasing is accurate and correct, and that we're not misleading, or perhaps not misleading is we're not.
Councillor House, I'm going to pause you there. I know you're looking for a thought, but is there a question before you enter debate?
The question is, how can we ensure that the content of the updates are accurate and not misinforming the public?
Thank you, Councillor House. My answer to that is that the subject matter experts compile those reports within the organisation who present that to council. Agenda briefings are probably a little bit more of an examination of that particular process and those particular reports to seek some further information. And if you have some of those other concerns, as you've emailed through and acknowledged that, to continue that with the EM request process. Mr Acting CEO, do you have anything further to add on any other process that can assist Councillor House in that?
Well, only to pretty defend the staff and say that staff put together agenda items and updates to council with the available information at hand at the time. As we discussed last week, things can change, and as those things change, that'll be picked up with further information to elected members or decisions of council at the appropriate time, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. You had further questions, Councillor House?
No, I don't have any further questions, but I will say I'm not to belittling the staff, or I'm not having a go at the staff. Everybody has difficult jobs. What I'm simply asking for is that the information that we're putting out to the public is correct.
That's a statement, but I've taken your questions with that as well. Speaker against, speaker for. The mover has the right of reply with no debate. Councillor Viskovich. Johnson. So my apologies.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do move this, and I also point out that if we go through these and we do find that there's inconsistencies or there are issues that could be raised, that raised prior to the meeting, and we get that information up front, right up front. If I had an issue with something in here to do with the airport, I'd send something off to the CEO to get clarity on. That's what I'm meaning. But I do move this. I think the officers do an absolutely amazing job with such a fluid numbers, and I just think that they should be commended in what they put to us at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. The motion has been put by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Viskovich. Any dissent, councillors? No. That is carried 8-0. May we have Councillor Bodica back in the room, please? Item 15.13, the accounts payable report for January 2026. Is there a mover of the officer recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Viskovich. Seconded, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Viskovich, you wish to speak? No. Councillor O'Donnell, you wish to speak? Any councillors wish to speak? Any dissent, councillors? No. Carried 9-0. Council, we have now 15.2, Advocacy and Strategy, item 15.2.1, 2026 Australian Local Government National General Assembly. The officer recommendation is put, and I have received nominations under point 4 for Councillor Viskovich and Councillor Johnson, who have nominated to attend ALGA. As one councillor is permitted, two councillors requires council determination tonight. So under point 4, endorses the attendance of councillors Viskovich and Johnson to represent the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder at the 2026 ALGA National General Assembly. Is there a mover of the officer recommendation? Moved Councillor Viskovich, seconded Councillor Bodica. Councillor Viskovich, you wish to speak? No. Councillor Bodica, you wish to speak? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an alternative I'd like to move on this item.
Sure. What's your alternative?
The alternative is that Council 1 endorses the submission of city-led motions to the Australian Local Government Association's National General Assembly 2026, Attachment 3. 2, notes the attendance of the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer or their delegates at the 2026 ALGA National General Assembly in Canberra. And 3, endorse the attendance of Councillor Viskovich and Councillor Johnson to represent the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder at the 2026 ALGA National General Assembly.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you're taking off point 1 of that motion. As we've already had the motion put, I will work on the amendment. Is there a seconder to the amendment from the Deputy Mayor? Councillor Viskovich, you want to second the amendment? Sorry, Councillor Viskovich, you want to move? Alternatively, you are the mover of the motion at the moment under 1, 2, 3 and 4 of the officer recommendation. If you wanted to delete that particular item of consideration from the Deputy Mayor, you may do so with the approval of the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just waiting for the alternate to be finalised, but I'm happy to be the mover of the alternate.
Happy to. So okay. So we'll move the amended motion will be moved by Councillor Viskovich, and does a seconder approve? Seconded by Councillor Bodica. That point 1 comes off. Thank you. That's an amended motion. That probably cleans up that process a little. Councillor House, you have a question?
Is it appropriate that the person moving the motion is the person attending the conference?
Look, there's no interest in it, Councillor House. That's a decision for the mover and the seconder.
Is that similar principle to disclosure of interest?
Not at this point in time. There's no interest. Thank you.
Is that principle about the declaring your motion or conflict, is it the same principles as a disclosure of interest where it is voluntary and it's regarding your own perceived conflict of interest?
Yes, however, what I will say is that Councillor Viskovich did nominate to put her name into that particular piece, so therefore Councillor Viskovich is nominating herself to go, which is fine. There are principles and guidance, as we've had identified by the Acting CEO in recent times on perceivement, but Councillor Viskovich has put her name down because at that point was blank and the original officer recommendation was blank. Councillor Della, you should raise a question? Yep.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask the Deputy Mayor to explain the reasoning behind removing point 1 that endorses the amended advocacy framework.
I can take that under now. Obviously, we've amended the original motion, so therefore the Deputy Mayor may have the opportunity to do that under debate. Councillor Viskovich has passed up speaking, so too has Councillor Bodica passed up on speaking. Councillor Viskovich still has the right of reply at the end to consider anything. As the Deputy Mayor has put an amended motion and he wishes to now speak to that amended motion, I'll pass it over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on a procedural matter, it's not an amended motion now, moved by myself. It's just me speaking on behalf.
No, correct. It's the motion is amended though from the officer recommendation. So Councillor Viskovich has an amended motion, which is only points 2, 3 and 4, which become 1, 2 and 3 alternatively, and with the names Johnson and Councillor Johnson, Councillor Bodica, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Viskovich under point 4. So yes, it is under Councillor Viskovich, seconded by Councillor Bodica. It's an amended motion from the original, and you have the right to speak on the amended motion, which now contains your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak on this. I'll be speaking for the item. For me, an advocacy framework covering 2025 to 2028 is a multi-year strategic document. It will guide council's political positioning, lobbying priorities, and contains reputational risk over a 4-year period. An advocacy framework should define the policy positions that bind councillors publicly, and I feel that if council is going to lock in a 4-year advocacy position, it deserves a full strategic discussion and review. Endorsing a 4-year framework within a bundled motion risks the perception that this strategic endorsement is procedural or incidental rather than genuine consensus. It needs to have the scrutiny deserving of a long-term strategic document, and it is for this reason that I would like to see this alternative motion be successful that separates the framework from the operational decisions relating to the 2026 NGA.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a consideration, Councillor Viskovich, to clarify during your right of reply as to why we've deviated also from the officer recommendation. So just bear that in mind when you do have your right of reply. The acting CEOs just let me know that you'll need to put that into your particular right of reply at the end.
Sorry, can you please clarify that first bit again?
I'll get the acting CEO to give you that clarification.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So where an officer's recommendation is not agreed to by the council, there needs to be a reason given as to why the officer's recommendation is not supported. I think the Deputy Mayor has articulated that by the need to do some more work around that framework to make sure it's enduring over that period of time.
So just to note, Councillor Viskovich, for your right of reply as well, if you wish to add that in. We had a speaker for, we have a speaker against. Speaker for? Councillor O'Donnell, first and Councillor House. Councillor O'Donnell?
Point of clarification first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, on page 25, it's got noted who went 2024, but the Deputy Mayor was left off, Councillor Della was left off the list on in this report for last year.
Councillor Della didn't attend last year.
Who did I sit with? Then it then goes to apologies. Are we able to? We've had 3 councillors go in the last number of years. Are we able to add to that?
If the mover and the seconder wish to add further names, I'm up for it. Budget implications should be considered, but...
Yeah, part of our professional development, yes.
So do you wish to add a name?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor O'Donnell, who do you wish to add?
I would like to, I would like to nominate to the mover, Councillor O'Donnell.
Okay, so the mover, adding councillors onto that list. Councillor Viskovich, do you approve of Councillor O'Donnell being added?
Mr Mayor, I'm not sure that that is a responsibility that one person should be choosing whether multiple people go.
No, but the motion point 4, or point 3 now, endorses the attendance of councillors, and then previous precedent is councillors do wish to nominate their name to go forward. It's the decision of council. Whether or not you include it in the motion at this point in time is up to you. You're not making the final decision. The final decision will be made by council. But Councillor O'Donnell is indicating that he wishes to be added to point 3 of your recommendation. If you wish to add Councillor O'Donnell, don't wish to add Councillor O'Donnell to that particular point. This is probably more aligned to getting your names in as early as possible. Councillor O'Donnell, stand by, Acting CEO. I'll go to Councillor O'Donnell's question first.
Just a point of clarification. I agree with Councillor Viskovich in this instance that it puts her under pressure saying yes or no to put me on a list rather than through. And I did ask a question earlier to another member. Were we supposed to put the names up beforehand? And like last year, I thought they were going to take nominations.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. So do you still wish to be considered?
Roger.
Yes, okay. Mr Acting CEO?
Through Mr Mayor, I was just going to say perhaps the terminology rather than seeking Councillor Viskovich's blessing for or acceptance of a name is actually the acceptance of the change to the motion that's been put forward. So I think the Mayor is asking you whether you're satisfied with that to still be the mover of the amendment with Councillor O'Donnell's name added.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a rephrase.
You're not approving Councillor O'Donnell. However, if you feel that only 2 councillors should represent, then your motion is for 2 councillors.
Mr Mayor, I do believe that we only need 2 councillors to attend for a financial decision. However, can we make an amendment that should one of those 2 councillors not attend, that Councillor O'Donnell be the next in line?
That would be another amendment, which could be point 4 of your alternate motion, is to have a reserve councillor should no one be able to attend. Thank you, Councillor Bodick. I'll come to you in 2 secs. Which point 4 could read along the lines of, without trying to preempt, is that...
I'm just happy to put Councillor O'Donnell on there.
Thank you. Councillor Bodica first. Do you wish to agree with Councillor Viskovich adding Councillor O'Donnell? You can't debate because you passed up the opportunity to debate, so you've got a question.
Okay, I was just going to say, previously in the past, we've always added extra people on if they wanted to go. You know, it hasn't been just 1 or 2 people going. It's not an issue to see an extra person go.
That's fine.
So in my opinion, I would be voting to allow Councillor...
Thank you, Councillor Bodica. You're entering into debate. The point is that Councillor Viskovich has moved the motion with the 2 names, being Councillor Johnson and Councillor Viskovich. There has been an interest to add further names to that particular list. Councillor Viskovich, in her right, can defend herself at this point in time and say that I only wish to, based on this, move the particular motion with those 2 members being put forward. Yes, we have done and added names in previously. That's fine. However, Councillor Viskovich is defending her opportunity that it's just the 2 councillors that have been put, which she has every right to as the mover. As the seconder, do you agree that Councillor O'Donnell can be added? Sorry, just to confirm. Yes. Deputy Mayor, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had indicated earlier today through to yourself that if additional positions were looking to be considered or as a deputy role to be done, I'd be willing to put forward. Now that the motion itself seems to be evolving quite dramatically, should this not be reopened up for council discussion and vote, given that it's the original intent is no longer there, in my opinion?
Sorry, just to clarify, are you saying that you let me know today?
I did by email.
At what time?
1 moment, I'm happy to bring it up.
My apologies. That came through at 4:44 p.m, which I was in the car and I haven't seen my email since.
So just to maybe re-clarify my question is, given the motion has evolved significantly, is there any risk of the process having been compromised by changes being made?
My consideration, Deputy Mayor, is the budget, but my also consideration is councillors letting us know in time that things are going to progress to a meeting because we get to this particular point and we look silly. Right. Stand by, councillors. Councillors, I'm going to play this the following way. At this point in time, we have had Councillor Viskovich and Councillor Bodica agree that Councillor O'Donnell should be put onto the list. Deputy Mayor, you've indicated to me prior to the meeting, but then just raising it to me at this particular point in time, that you wish to be on the list, which I haven't checked the email, so I'm happy to take the responsibility for that. What I may suggest is that Council could debate at this point in time the motion with a foreshadowed motion, as there's a lot of mechanics to this at this point, which Deputy Mayor, I think, without trying to tell you what to do here, Council, I think looking at a foreshadowed motion could be achievable to assist with those who wish to attend. Is there any other councillors who wish to attend, first of all? No. Right. Okay, so we've got Councillor O'Donnell, Councillor Viskovich, Councillor Johnson and Deputy Mayor wishing to attend. At the moment, the mover is put forward. Stand by, Councillor House, I'm just explaining. We've got the motion that is put by Councillor Viskovich to accept O'Donnell, Johnson and Viskovich to attend. Deputy Mayor's indicated his interest to attend. The mover is Councillor Viskovich, who hasn't spoken. The seconder is Councillor Bodica, who we've moved on into debate, and then we get to this particular point in time. We have had several questions put, including from Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Della had a question or a clarification. Councillor Bodica had a question. Councillor Viskovich had questions. I'm thinking a foreshadowed motion may clean things up here, councillors. However, I will continue debate unless there is a foreshadow motion mentioned. Have I been able to talk you through the process at this point in time? Okay. Councillor Della.
I would like to foreshadow the motion that reverts back to the original motion with the councillors who nominate tonight to be added to the motion.
Stand by, Councillor Della. Just some clarification on that. So the original motion as per the officer recommendation. Okay, so that still has point 1 in it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there is a foreshadowed motion by Councillor Della. Councillor Bodica wishes to second that foreshadowed motion. So that foreshadowed motion is there should this motion be lost. Right. Just making sure the acting CEO is keeping up as well. You're all good? Perfect. We can continue debate on the amended motion. Councillor Viskovich, your amended motion is the one that we are debating at this particular point in time, which has been, just to clarify on who can speak and who can't speak, Councillor Viskovich has moved the motion, seconded by Councillor Bodica. We've added Councillor O'Donnell into that. We've taken point 1 off of that particular motion. Can we just get the screen up, please?
Point of information, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Point of clarification, Councillor Johnson.
Clarification, information. As another nomination did come through on time before the meeting, and it was dismissed clerically or through administration, can that also be included in there? Because it was of no fault of anyone. We've just gone through this, and if it was obviously a nomination to attend, and it was picked up, that nomination would have been on the table in any case. So it's just a matter of maybe seeking the leave of the mover and the seconder to see if that can happen and then move it forward at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Mr Acting CEO?
So, Mr Mayor, I believe that where we're up to now, there's an amended motion that needs to be considered.
Yes.
So once that amended motion has been considered, then that becomes a substantive motion, and then there can be further amendments made to that substantive motion before it's considered by council.
Okay, thank you. And we also have a foreshadowed motion, which is making things interesting tonight, councillors. Okay. Sorry, can we... So, councillors, we are... Under point 3, can you just add Councillor O'Donnell, please? Thank you. Councillors, you're debating the amended motion that is at the top of the screen on page 9 for intents and purposes on the top. We then have, take point 4 off, please, from the amended motion. That's not your intent, Councillor Viskovich. That wasn't approved. And then we have the foreshadowed motion, which is underneath, that has been moved by Councillor Della and seconded by Councillor Bodica to consider. Right. We continue the debate, though, on the amended motion. Speaker against. Councillor Della.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to make the point that the officer's recommendation is to endorse the advocacy framework. I feel like without a purpose, we don't have an advocacy strategy, and as has been informed council prior to now, that the framework is a moving document. So it's not something that's stagnant and sits on a shelf. This is something that evolves with the needs of the city. So I believe that whether it's brought to us tonight without, I suppose, further due process, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, I believe that we do need a framework to support our motions to ALGA moving forward. So I'll be speaking against the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Della. Speaker for, Speaker against. Speaker for. Sorry, Councillor House, just grab your microphone, please.
Mr. Mayor, this is for Councillor Winner's amended alternate resolution.
Negative. This is for Councillor Viscovich's amended piece, which includes the amendment from the Deputy Mayor, which was to take point 1 off.
I'll speak against that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You have the opportunity to speak against. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Advocacy is our primary role as elected members. It's our duty to go and take the community's ideas and aspirations to those political, state, federal. That's our job, and it must be fluid and it must be dynamic. That we're not locked into a particular political position. That we have the flexibility to make pragmatic decisions. I think there are many items listed in the advocacy framework that I would personally see as being not in alignment with our core responsibilities as an organisation. And I think there is no better time than now to focus our attention on our core business and to make sure that our core business is excellent, that we provide an excellent service. And the best way we can do that is to narrow our focus, concentrate on our core business, and we leave these big ticket items, these big projects to the side until we can confidently say to our community, we're getting it right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor House. You are speaking for having it removed. Yeah. I'm going to say you're speaking for the motion, which is okay. Speaker against. Speaker for. The mover has the right of reply, Councillor Viscovich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully I'm on the right track. It is great to see interest from councillors wanting to attend the NGA. It shows that people are obviously engaged and committed. However, from a financial responsibility, I don't believe it's necessary for more than who we have mentioned to be able to attend. I do also believe, should someone not be able to attend, these people should not be locked in. As I emailed last week, I'd truly appreciate the opportunity to attend the Local Government Association National General Assembly on behalf of our council. I've attended the past 2 years and have seen firsthand how valuable it is for a regional and remote city like ours to have a voice at the national level. It ensures Kalgoorlie-Boulder is part of the broader conversation around funding, policy and regional priorities. If supported to attend again, I will represent our community professionally and provide a clear report back to ensure council sees value from the investment. I believe the alternative provided by the Deputy Mayor, mentioning the 4 years advocacy, would require a more detailed decision-making process before putting it to a vote as a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Viscovich. Councillors, you are voting on the amended motion, which is put under amended motion 1, 2 and 3 at this point in time. You do also have a foreshadowed motion. Councillors, I'll put the vote on the amended motion by Councillor Viscovich, seconded by Councillor Bodica. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against? 1, 2, 3. The vote is carried. 6-3. Councillors, thank you for your patience on that one. But a reminder to get things in nice and early, that always helps. 15.3.1 is under corporate commercial retail lease 260 Hannon Street. Councillor Bodica has declared a financial interest. Deputy Mayor has declared a financial interest. Councillor Viskovich has declared a financial interest. Councillor Johnson has declared an impartiality interest. So to check, we still had a quorum. Councillors, you have a officer recommendation that is put for 15.3.1. Is there a mover? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Seconded, Councillor Della. Councillor Johnson, you wish to speak? No. Councillor Della, you wish to speak? Question, Councillor Della, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through to the officer responsible.
Through the Mayor, yep.
Sorry, through the Mayor. 260 Hannon Street, I'd just like to understand the process as to how the applicant has now moved in and taken possession without this already being presented to council. I believe that there is a process that allows this, but I'd like it just clarified for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Della. I'll go direct to the acting CEO first. He can delegate should he wish, and I think his preference is to have the Director of Corporate and Commercial to present some further details. It's a question that has been raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. The city does enable short-term agreements for properties that we have, including the endowment block. We've done this previously where there has been a deadline for a tenant who's potentially wanted to come in. We have a short-term hire agreement which has a number of conditions, and it's very clear in that agreement that it is subject to council's approval. We also use it for other activations such as the florist who comes and uses other buildings in the endowment block for events such as Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Director. Councillor House, you wish to speak for or against? Clarification, Councillor House, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the point the officer has advised us on, what is the safeguard if the short-term lease wasn't to be approved by the council? Is there a mechanism, some financial compensation in place if the council weren't to support that short-term arrangement?
I'll go to the acting CEO, just as process to go straight through to the Director.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. So the short-term hire agreement is for a set period of time and it ends at the end of this week. So I believe it's the end of this week. So if council wasn't to approve the lease, there's no ongoing financial cost.
Thank you, Director. Speaker against? Speaker for? Speaker against? Speaker for? Before the mover has the right of reply? The mover has the right of reply. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Just a quick note, it's really good to see that we are utilising our endowment block and bringing more people. Walk-by traffic down into this block is going to help revitalise this part of the city, and it's great to see. We just need to move on a few others. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll put the vote. There's been no dissent recorded, councillors. Anyone wish to vote against? Carried 6-0. May we have the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bodica back? Councillor Viskovich has declared a financial in the next item. Councillors, item 15.4.1, the Oasis ground floor change rooms poolside refurbishment. Impartialities from myself due to membership with the Goldfields Oasis and aquatic membership. We have Councillor Viskovich, who has indicated a financial with this particular item. As a contractor, a contractor is a client. We also have Councillor Johnson, who's declared an impartiality on this item as well. Just confirming that's all for this. Yep, thank you. Is there a mover for the officer recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, you wish to speak? No. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to the city officers for getting this project to this position. I think the feedback from our community is that this project's been long overdue, and I know all of us around the table, and this has been a big issue and a lot of complaints that we've all received. it's always difficult when we have limited tenderers come through for projects, but I thank city officers for the due diligence that's been applied in this regard, and I look forward to the works getting done to see that particular area of the Oasis upgraded to meet community expectations and standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaker against? Speaker for? Speaker against? Before the mover has the right of reply, can I just note the work that our staff have done to probably get us through to this particular point in time with the Oasis change rooms. They are an area that, well, it's quite aggressive if you're metal in that area due to the water and the steam and everything else that is part of that process. But as the Deputy Mayor's pointed out as well, our community has asked for facilities to be of good standard at the Goldfields Oasis, and this is a step to doing that. It's been a long time coming. I'm sure this has been about 4 or 5 years on the drawing boards for us, so appreciate the support for that tonight, councillors. Councillor Johnson, you have a right of reply. Not taken. Councillors, I'll put the vote. Those in favour of the motion, all in favour, please raise your hand. Those against, it's carried 8-0. Can we have Councillor Viskovich back in the room, please? Actually, hold there, please. Sorry, hold there. I think Councillor Viskovich has got a financial in this one as well. Just the one financial on this one, councillors. There's nothing else further. So 1551 is the development application D136/25, lot 72, number 1 Trasimeno Way in Somerville. Councillors, there's an officer recommendation as put. Councillor House moving, seconded Councillor Bodica. Councillor House, you wish to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was brilliant, the presentation the proponent put towards council, and it's fantastic to see that we're doing these things ourselves. We're not relying on Perth to do this, and any opportunity this council has to support local business and to support local development, I think we need to get right behind it.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor Bodica, you wish to speak?
I think it's a very exciting proposal, and sort of we're needing to have more urban development. So, really think this is a great thing that's going to be for the city, and I'd ask everybody else to vote for it too, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bodica. Speaker against? Speaker for? Councillor O'Donnell. Sorry, you got your hand up just in the fraction of time against Councillor Della. Go ahead, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too wish to comment positively on this. I thought the talk before the meeting was very good from Westralia Homes, knowing that all their staff live here, work here. They're all full-time, no fly-in, no fly-outs, and 6 apprentices. That's outstanding. And 2 of them have already graduated and still with them. So not only is this is good for the city work-wise and producing more houses, but the employers should be congratulated on what they're doing, and hopefully others will follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speaker against? Councillor Della. Speaking for. Just to clarify, moved on.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also commend the developer in aligning this to the city's strategic community plan and bringing more housing to the city, and showing us the benefits of this proposal through activation and the use of design to contribute to our city aesthetics. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Della. Speaker against? Speaker for? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd echo the sentiments of my fellow councillors, but I'd just like to really highlight that's 17 new group dwellings we're adding by the end of this project into the housing stock here in Kalgoorlie-Boulder. But what's really, really exciting for myself, given my professional role, is 4 units will be designed to the silver accessible dwelling standards. It's very difficult to find accessible houses here in Kalgoorlie-Boulder, so this is going to be extremely valuable for our community and very welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaker against? Speaker for? Before the mover has the right of reply, I'll speak for. Councillors, you may remember this parcel of land. It was at one stage going to be a childcare centre. At another stage, it was also going to be part of workforce accommodation What is really pleasing to see is that this particular site, as identified, will have 17 single-storey group dwellings. The process in regards to having that develop and to be built here for our own local community, and the interest that the developer has in relation to ingenuity, I guess, and investment in the city is to be noted. This is what we like to approve, council, is houses and bricks and dwellings for our residents to live in, as opposed to other sorts of varieties of development that happen here within our city. I also note that we passed off the land, or sorry, not passed off, we sold the land previously for $490,000. Now, there were questions around councillors to that particular price. Well, the investment now that is going to happen for our community is substantial. Not only do we obviously get the proceeds of the sale, the development value of $3.91 million for our own local economy is suffice. And as you heard tonight, it's brilliant to see the local investment. But further to that, we get another 17 rateable properties and potentially, if not more, from that. So, council, this is a step forward for obviously growing the city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder, growing it with bricks and mortar, and ensuring that we are having places where people can live, they can be part of our community, and of course, we want them to grow old here and never leave. That's the end game. Councillor House, you have the right of reply.
Well said, Mr. Mayor. And it's really positive to see everybody really getting around a local guy. I would like to see, and I expect to see, not knowing the quality of the product, there will be opportunity to expand this into the future. I know there is a lot of land around that particular site, and if you can use this as our benchmark, I think that would be a good benchmark to follow.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillors, there was no dissent to that recorded. The motion is carried by Councillor House, seconded by Councillor Bodica, 8-0. May we have Councillor Viskovich back in the room, please? Councillors, item 15.5.2 is the Youth Action Plan 2026 to 2030. There is an officer recommendation. Is there a mover of the recommendation? Deputy Mayor, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Della. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak?
I do, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm absolutely thrilled that our incredible Youth Council in particular has been involved in the development of this plan. It's also important to note that there was over 270 young people and community stakeholders also involved in the development of this plan for our community. The key themes identified under wellbeing and safety, identity and belonging, spaces and activities, and participation and communication will serve our community really well in our structural planning moving forwards, as well as ensuring that the voices of our young people and community stakeholders are being held and actioned throughout the duration of this plan. So I'd encourage councillors to support this, as our own Youth Council has supported this, and vote in confidence of this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Della, you wish to speak? No. Any councillors wish to speak on the Youth Action Plan? Before I give the mover the right of reply, to probably myself, I just want to highlight, having gone through the graduation ceremonies for both John Paul College and also Eastern Goldfields College late last year, the amount of young people that are continuing to stay here in Kalgoorlie-Boulder is increasing. The voice of our young people, 12 to 25, needs to be continued to be heard and to be actioned. And the voice of those young people are saying, give us more education options here in the city. We want to stay longer. For a long time in history, people have moved to Perth to further their studies. That's had an impact on much of the fabric of our community because we lose junior sports. At the higher end of that scope, we lose junior employees. This plan is obviously an opportunity for us to further grow, further listen to and help thrive our youth here in our city, which of course is one of our core demographics as well. Deputy Mayor, you have a right of reply? Not taken. There's no dissent indicated to that. Councillors, I'll carry the item unanimously 9-0. There are no questions of which due notice have been given. Council, tonight we have several items under confidentiality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to consider, which is a large amount, Council. Can I have a mover that we move into confidential session? Thank you, Councillor Della. Seconder, Councillor Walker-Dunstan. No debate, councillors. Carried 9-0. Thank you. We'll pause our live stream and also clear out. Council has reconvened out of our confidential items to consider this evening, and we had several. I will read what those outcomes were from the recommendations. Item 1711, lot 500, 101 Brookman Street, Kalgoorlie. An alternative motion was put, and this was supported unanimously by Council, that Council authorise the Acting Chief Executive Officer to execute a deed of variation. Thank you. Just noting that the room had access to something that it shouldn't. Extending to the due diligence deed with the proponent for lot 500 101 Brookman Street, Kalgoorlie-Boulder to the 31st of July 2026, subject to the conditions below. Point 2 requires that as a condition of the due diligence extension, the applicant provides to the City by the 14th of August 2026 an updated due diligence submission on a non-binding indicative basis to enable Council to assess feasibility, credibility and risk, including A, an updated indicative development concept, including staging, proposed timeframes and delivery assumptions, B, a non-binding assumptions-based feasibility assessment identifying key cost drivers, sensitivities, dependencies and risk, including any reliance on City decisions, C, an updated risk identification and mitigation summary addressing land tenure risk, delivery and timing risk, funding risk, market risk and dependency on City decisions. Point 3 directs the Acting Chief Executive Officer to undertake the City's own independent due diligence, risk assessment and project analysis during the due diligence period, including but not limited to A, probity, B, probity, background and capability checks on the applicant, B, financial and commercial due diligence, including assessment of funding credibility, delivery capacity and exposure to market changes, C, legal and governance risk assessment, including potential obligations on the City, and D, scenario-based development models outlining how the proposal could proceed under alternative assumptions, including 1, the sale of the land to the applicant, and 2, lease or other tenure arrangements. And point 4, note that no other negotiations will be undertaken with any other purchaser in relation to lot 500 101 Brookman Street, Kalgoorlie-Boulder during the due diligence period. Item 17.2.1 was a request to write off interest for overdue payments, and this item was lost, 6-3. Item 17.3.1, Chief Executive Officer Contract Renewal. Council accepted this recommendation 9-0, noting that Council note the advice from Andrew Bryan that he does not intend to seek renewal of his employment contract, which expires on March 2020. Which expires in March 2027, and B, requests the Acting CEO prepare a further report to Council to be presented at the March or April Ordinary Council meeting, outlining the proposed governance arrangements in respect of the CEO Recruitment Committee, including budget, procurement requirements, proposed recruitment process, and recommendations on engagement of an independent consultant. Item 17.3.2 is the appointment of an Acting CEO. That Council approve the extension of Acting CEO Malcolm Osborne's employment contract for the period ending the 27th of March 2026, subject to the variations of the contract terms as outlined in Confidential Attachment 1. Is satisfied by absolute majority with the provisions of the Acting CEO's employment contract as amended by the variation of employment contract in Confidential Attachment 1, and 3, authorises the Mayor and Deputy Mayor in accordance with Local Government Act S9.43A4 to execute the variation of the CEO's employment contract as attached in Confidential Attachment 1. I'll note that the acting CEO was not present for this particular item when it was considered and was not part of the room when voting occurred. I'll also note that Councillor Walker Dunstan left the room during voting. The vote was carried 8-0. Item 17.3.3, deferred CEO request. I'll note that a financial interest was recorded by Councillor Richard House, who did not participate further in the meeting after this item was brought to Council. In the deferred CEO request, which was voted 4-4 with a casting vote used from myself in favour of the in favour of the amended recommendation, therefore the vote being 5-4 with that casting vote. The amended recommendation notes that the request of Andrew Bryan set out under the heading request number 1 and authorises the acting CEO to meet this request. Point 2 authorises the Mayor and acting CEO to advise Andrew Bryan of the resolution outcome. And the final item considered for Council under confidential was 17.3.4, policy requests, an item voted by all council present, which was 8-0. Sorry, the vote, I just clarified on that last one, was 4-all with Councillor House out of the room, and a simple majority required a casting vote, so therefore it was 5-4. 17.3.4 was a policy request, also Councillor House out of the room for and has not returned to the meeting. That Council deferred determination of 2 applications referred to in the report to the April Ordinary Council meeting. That item was carried 8-0. The date of the next Ordinary Council meeting will be just before St Patrick's Day on the 16th of March 2026 here at the Kalgoorlie Town Hall. Councillors, can I thank you for what has been a longer meeting. 9:46 is the closure time tonight. Can I appreciate your patience as well? And may I also apologise for the lack of mayoral change tonight. I did struggle to get into the location in which they are held. Thank you and good evening.